Alrighty. Hello. It is live streaming day, and I said I would return to do more Godot coding on Thursday. I would have been in here earlier, except for I got all busy doing a bunch of different things. Among them, I was going through all of my songs, all the songs I'd ever written during my entire life, which is not the largest number in the world. But I was going through all of those and assigning tempos, because I have my little drum practice tempo thing that I've got. And that process I did where I associate tempos with a sort of vibe or feel. There are nodes that tempos sort of revolve through, and nodes of relaxation or nodes of jittery, edgy intenseness. And then there's nodes of groove and nodes of swagger in to either side of those. And I've got a new version of Soft Clock coming out, which uses these nodes to dictate how the settings of Soft Clock go. So on the one hand, you can have it, you set a tempo by the literal tempo, but then the sound and feel and the speed of how fast the tempo note wavers is all edited by how this node concept I'm working with. And I was quite happy with how that worked out. So that's been sitting around waiting for me to drop, and it's also waiting for me to start using. So on the back of that, I started going through all of my songs, playing drums along with them on my little practice pad stuff, and using the metronome to dial in what the tempo should be. And the next thing you know, I'd gone through all of them, and I had to wind the metronome back up about 5 times to get through everything. But it included some tracks that I did not think were worth a damn until I started experimenting with them and went, well, I'm not entirely happy with how all of this goes, but when it sits in this relevant tempo, it suddenly becomes something reasonable, something that I might actually do. So that's going to be coming along in due time. YouTube seems to be continually throwing a bunch of nonsense in my way, but that's fine. It does. It does that. And here we are, getting ready to jump back into our spaceship and blowing up rocks game. I might not have all afternoon left because it's already 1:16, but I did make another cup of coffee to get ready for the stream. I've got that sitting right here. And I'm ready to see what I can make happen along the lines of what I was doing before, namely counterpart. So where we left off, and we'll launch this as well and do the same thing. Ooh, well, I can pause here for a moment. We're looking at a video game, but you're asking about making drums. I have an answer about that. So currently what I'm doing, and I'll tell you in some detail, you don't have to do the same thing, but, and yeah, Chad, you're following up on what I was talking about with going through all of my songs. And I was trying to play drums and also sing the vocals, even though I didn't always know what the chord was or anything. I'd forgotten some of these pretty well. But I was mostly interested, because my plan for going and doing these, and then I'll have an album and I can put that out on Bandcamp and I'll see what happens, and that'll be very exciting. But my plan is I need to lay down some kind of pitch reference that's probably going to be bass. I'm probably going to lead with bass and soft clock, because soft clock is the tempo reference, and I've been practicing bass all the time. I didn't get to practice bass today because I ran out of time and I wanted to do a stream. And I'd spent so much time practicing on drums that it was like, yeah, there's nothing left in my fingers anymore. And I'm going to want to lay down bass first as a pitch reference, possibly some chords of some kind, or something that does more of a pitch reference than just the bass. And then I'm going to want to lay vocals, because I want the vocals to guide everything else. Specifically, I want to lay vocals, hopefully be able to do them in like 1 or 2 goes. And I'm going to use window tuning rather than auto tuning or Reaper's repitch or anything like that. Window tuning, I have a little card here where I worked out how this was done. So what you do is you split things in the Arrange window in Reaper at the cursor, right-click item settings on clips in Arrange windows, and turn off preserve pitch when changing play rate. Then you're option dragging the edges of regions, and it will show you a plus or minus change in semitones. And also, if you select something and hit Z, it will clear the alterations that you made. So you do those things, and that doesn't mean that you get a note out of the end result, and that's kind of important. But what it does mean is you can nudge and tweak pitches in Reaper and have it preserve the general presence and timing sense of the overall performance. And then after doing that, or depending upon after or before, I'll put down like a simple guitar part or two or whatever it seems to need. I'll try to think of other cool things to do, but it's all going to be based on soft clock, so there will be no ability to do anything sequenced. Everything has to be played in from the beginning of the track to the end. And I can edit stuff out, but I'm also kind of inclined to run with it, doing this thing of like, yeah, let's just not pay any attention to making extraneous sounds or whatever. Like, let's focus only on delivering the performance, and any weird little extraneous sounds or stuff becomes just part of the texture because there's very few tracks. So you just do it that way. And then finally, I will be putting on drums, and I've got a miking style set up. So I'm telling Ruprecht's Rubber Glove what I'm doing about that before we start fooling with Counterpart. What I'm doing is going for a fairly centered presentation. It's not going to be doing a wide stereo thing. And the way I'm getting about doing that is I've got 2 front of kit mics. They're front of kit. They're about a foot or 2 apart, maybe only about a foot or so apart, and at a little higher than waist level, maybe around chest level or so, under cymbals and sort of in the way of toms and things, and certainly at hi-hat height. And they're splayed slightly outwards, like the microphones point outwards a little bit so that the one pointing at the hi-hat is going to get more highs off of the hi-hat because it's a slightly cardioid mic. It's just my mini K47s. And that's like having overheads, but it's a front of kit effect. So it has a different flavor to it, sort of an old school 60s style flavor in some ways. And then I've got a third mic, which is, those are panned hard left and hard right, but they're very close to each other and the tilt is not very great, so that they are still both picking up most of the sound. They're not a hard pan style of thing in the slightest. They're trying to do things fairly centered, but they're doing things fairly centered so that I can pan them hard left and hard right and not have to bring them in even the slightest amount. And then on the floor between them is a third microphone. It's another Mini K47, but it's the Mini K47 style that is specifically for kick drum mics. It was designed to be placed inside kicks, but I'm not doing that. Instead, it's at about the same distance. It's between the other two mics and it's on the floor. So it's going to be closer to the kick drum than the other ones. I think I've got it scooched a little bit forwards, but not very extremely. And it'll focus in low frequencies of all sorts, but it'll make them more mono. And it's just a reinforcement style mic. Also, if I'm doing compression, I won't be doing as much compression on that. But I'll be able to dial in like a kick drum centered reinforcement out of just that one. And the only remaining microphone is an SM57 close miking the snare. And I don't intend to use that as the fundamental sound. I intend to be using that just to feed reverbs. Because with reverbs, typically the sound of how big your verb is, how big your space is, mostly comes out of the snare. It doesn't really come out of everything else, but if you have extra reverb on the snare, that defines the size of the space for you. So I've just got the 57 on that, and it's pointing at the batter head of the snare, like normal snare miking works. And I'm going to be using that to pretty much supplement the snare sound, but lean way harder into that's where all the reverb comes from. And then the front-of-kit mics, those are largely more dry as far as being wet with reverb. I'm not going to have all that much verb on things, but the snare mic is there for the specific purpose of letting me throw a bunch of reverb on stuff and having it emphasize the snare mostly, because when you're doing the front-of-kit miking, snare is weak. Doing the front-of-kit miking means the snare will come out weak. It will not be as strong because you're getting a miking that's kind of side-on and kind of bottom of kit. And it's a neat sound, but it doesn't sound how people expect snares to sound anytime since the 1980s. Hence, needing to use the additional microphone in there. And yeah, so some of that stuff can already be heard on all of the tracks that I put out, like Rise, for instance, or whatever, with the exception of something like, and I don't remember exactly what I was doing or when I got into doing the floor microphone for reinforcing kick. That's designed to give you more of your Steve Albini style. He did that sort of thing, you know. Albini would put a microphone on the floor to pick up a bigger room sound, but none of the tracks I've put out that are actually music tracks with drum kits on them have the snare mic yet. I don't think any of them had that. So that's something that's going to be coming into focus. But yeah, the part of that I did today was working on part of it waiting for a dumpster to be delivered to my place so that I can clean stuff up. I've been really busy doing a bunch of stuff around that. One of the things that I discovered, I was going through old computers because I was clearing out a space where there's going to be a bunch of things that go in the dumpster. It was an upstairs room. And I cleared out this old computer and found all manner of stuff, including some graphics for old CDs that I'd put out in a very limited sense. So I have visuals for that. I have MP3s from back in the day, which were albums that I did long ago. I've got MP3s for an album that I did that only came out on cassette. And a bunch of things like that. So those are now sitting in my stream audio. I'm not likely to do a big break today because I got such a late start, but now my stream audio has a bunch of things from olden times that I can play for people if we want to do that, or you can see how it came across. I've played albums like, for instance, Wounded Skies, which is a notorious album that I did on ADAT and sounded completely appalling by the time I got a current version of it, because I've got the tapes for it, but I don't have an ADAT to capture them to the computer and remix them. That would be fun to do. It wouldn't be wretched to fool with that. There's an album that I did called Astronomical Units that was a sort of Echo Jam keyboard thing. And around that, I did continuing, like, it's meant to be one continuous piece of music from beginning to end, traveling from Mercury out to Pluto and beyond. And it's got shortwave radio as a background sound and a bunch of reverb. And the riffs are basically made out of Echo Jam on a keyboard of some kind. I don't remember what kind. And it's got a bass part and a lead guitar and real drums that I played apparently for this. And sounds kind of massive. I think I even still have that on the ADAT. It would be fun to remix that someday if I get an ADAT to copy all these things down, which I don't have at the moment. But guess what I also found? Antique Apple core audio code. I found the SDK for like 10.4 Lion that shipped back in the day. And that means I found the SignSynth source code. And I compiled one and it worked. I have a synth in a form I can work with. Now that's to say I could recode it. I have access to the source code and I can fool with it. And I have found, but have not yet got the VST synth to correspond with it. So what I'm going to be doing is essentially going through this working example. I repeat, working example of Apple SignSynth back in the days of like macOS Tiger and so on. It was already, I think it might have already been gone by the point you got to Snow Leopard. So it's not really been present in the SDKs I am currently working with. But I found one and I can compile it on the dev laptop. And I plugged in my pressure-sensitive X key thing to it and played, in fact, polyphonic signs with a extremely lame, extremely slow attack and extremely long decays. And the whole thing was about as lame as you could imagine as far as designing it to be a cool sounding synthesizer. But it played. It played. I had to launch Reaper on the dev laptop in order to be able to do that because Twisted Wave doesn't have MIDI input. It doesn't understand what MIDI is, so I couldn't test it in that. In the process, I got to fire up like Native Instruments FM8 again, testing to make sure that the MIDI worked. And yeah, so for at least the, and it's going to be an interesting, maybe even next week we'll fool with this stuff. For at least the native audio unit form, and I don't know what's going to happen as I start to bring this into the modern age and build plugins that are able to read MIDI signals. And I'm very inclined to make them be just like the regular plugins, except for they also get MIDI input. Because if I can do that, then I can put MIDI input into all manner of other things, and everything can kind of combine. And we'll all have to figure out how to do MIDI and audio input on tracks at the same time, which will be very fun. But yeah, I have a demo working synth in audio unit form. And kind of have a track on what's supposed to be a compilable VST version of the same thing. Except for the VST one appears to want to be a monosynth. Apple Sign Synth is polyphonic, and you tell it how many notes you're allowed and so on and so forth. And this is pretty exciting. Like if it can do a sign note and you can sound the notes, then I could do a square note or do any number of other things regarding that. I can start learning about what people do even back in the day of like VST2, when they were setting up these synths and things. They had a little demo, and unlike the Apple version, in fact, they said, oh yeah, this is the demo, but this is just a mono synth, plus also we're not doing anything for band limiting, so there's going to be aliasing, so you can't actually use this. So they make some big assumptions as to how to do things and what people should actually do. I'm inclined to try to come up with interesting ways to work around these things. I'm not inclined to just follow the instructions of what people did with stuff. Now let's get this rolling as well, as long as I'm talking about what I can do in future. So here's what we've been getting up to. We've got our video game here, where we can fly around with stuff. And where I last left off, if you shoot at one of these rocks, and hit it at least, then your counterpart will also shoot at a rock and hit it. And this should work also for like that, where you're trying to find a particular one. We've got our chimey thing to show where no, I'm not leading that one nearly far enough. Oh, and there's a giant rock right next to me. So what's supposed to be happening is, I'm trying to find slabs of cheese. And my efforts in doing that weren't actually going very well, so I'm going to fly up to this guy and see whether it has any suggestions. It turned around. It says that away. So the trick here, yeah, that's the one. So as I shoot things, that is supposed to be firing shots itself at whatever I shot at. Instead, it's shooting over my head. So how are we doing? Do we have that behavior going? Can I shoot at a rock and have this guy also shoot? He's supposed to. Or maybe that's not the one. It's not firing back at me, it's firing over my shoulder. Also, the scary thing is coming to kill me now, so that's a problem. I'll let it go by. Let's see if we can play the game as intended. Okay. So yeah, that is in some ways not doing what I thought it would. Oh, game audio not captured? Well, that lets me talk more easily anyhow, but I know why that is, and I'll fix it right now. So I was so busy talking about audio things that I forgot to set up some of this stuff properly. There's a program called Audio Hijack that I run. And then I need to set the sound output to SWB audio capture, which goes to stream. So now we've got that going on, so that's cool. And yeah, why wasn't it working? It's supposed to do a particular thing, so let's get things started easier. If we tell it to be level 10, that's easier for it to start up with because there's not as much to be spawned. Now you'll hear the sound, and I'm going to double check that the counterpart that I'm trying to seek is or is not. See, I'm going to be doing various things with these. Can you bounce off of them? Not necessarily. That has to be different than what it currently is, because I would like that to be a different shape, maybe like a flashy glowy thing like the Guardian, except for that you have to go and find them because they are power-ups. And if you get injured, you can use one of those to power up and get uninjured. And we've got the ability to aim in the direction of where I'm supposed to go. And you can see that is clearly the same pattern. So now if I shoot at this, okay, that time it worked. Mother of Parrot shot at the same thing I shot at. In fact, there it goes shooting again, and that's a little unexpected. And the Guardian got mad at me, so I might die very soon. But I'm hovering around this guy. I want to see how often it shoots at other things. Never mind all the weird background here. Some of these things we're going to get out of the way. Like that's firing off in that direction. That's a danger thing. 4 shots. But now it's aiming in that direction. Oh, and the Guardian got me, so my game is over. Cool. One more check, I think. Let's see whether Green Ripples also fires at what I fire at. Is that it? It is not. It says go this way. Towards one of these, I think. Okay. I have to find you. Where's a nearby rock I can shoot at? There's one. Do you? No, I shot at... Interesting. So it's aiming at that one because that's where the real object is. I am aiming past the boundaries of the world space. So my shot is kind of overlapping. Okay, so I will hush that up. Fruity Loop Studio got a new feature for passively recording audio in the background. I've seen stuff that does that. I didn't know Fruity Loop Studio was doing it. It's maybe a bit of an odd feature, but not necessarily all that odd. Because, yeah, it's designed for, like, what if you actually didn't... It's like having a dash cam. Dash cam, but for audio. You have to be willing to spend the RAM or the disk space for the cost of keeping it running. But it's not that crazy of an idea. MIDI too, huh? Fair. So let's see where we are at. Did we finish doing this? So here's the thing where Zap Gatherer is getting boosted by, this is where bots are supposed to fire in the direction of where counterpart was. Now it's possible I should be fixing this up too, because just because I've got this working doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. I've got a target vector, I've got a target. It is really not doing a check for whether we're really, like, consider this. If you're at a corner of 3D space and firing through that corner at something that you see plainly in front of you, except for that's wrapping around and it's at the bottom corner, like you're at the top corner and the thing that you think is right next to you is in fact down at the bottom corner, counterpart will aim at where the actual thing is rather than where you shot. You might have been aiming at something much more nearby, but and so it might be worth me doing something to compensate for that. When I say compensate for that, what I mean is this. Here's our zaps that we fire. There is exist equals 2. And when stuff collides, if like new x is larger than world size, what's happening is we are duplicating the number of zaps. Like if you're not duplicating the number of zaps and spawning a new one as it passes by the edge, then what you see is the zap appears to go invisible as it wraps around. This is in the instance where you're aiming at a instance and it has to wrap around into the 3D space so that the real one can hit a object that's way farther away than you can see. But the one that you can see happens when we do this. We have referenced a new thing. And so we have instantiated an entirely new zap seamlessly as the one that's moving has wrapped and gone around to the other side. So that's how that's happening. And that means we have a phantom zap instance and I wonder whether I can make this whole mechanism just a little bit more complicated. Let's go back to Godot itself. I'm going to want to duplicate this guardian object for my, honestly, I probably shouldn't need to. Cubes automatically propagates, and that is a useful little limitation. It's currently placing everything so everything is very accessible, but that's going to change for each level. For some of them, there will be lots more of those, or they'll be arranged in a particular way. Other ones, maybe not so much. I'm going to need to space them out farther so that the power-ups, which these are the cubes, is eventually going to become like a power-up. It's probably still going to be called cubes, but then this area, zaps, is where the zaps get spawned, but we've also got these. Zap has a collision shape. Phantom zap does not. See, they look exactly the same, or at least they will if we're scaled the same. But the real one has a collider, and these ones do not. But they both have, let's see, what script is this? Ah, we've got a separate Phantom Zap script. So the thing I'm going to be looking to do is probably to have each zap get a Phantom Zap reference inside it, because we're going to be wanting to update that as it keeps moving through positions. How many tracks should an LP have? That depends on how big of a record you mean to make. That's why things like EPs exist. And it's not even a matter of whether it sounds good and is good. It's a matter of how much attention do you want somebody to devote? Like back in the day, the Who's Tommy. That's quite a long record. But that's because it's a rock opera. Whereas other records can be a lot smaller if you're supposed to be able to just digest them easily. And there will be another record. Like the Cretans records don't have that many tracks to them. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? Can we... What's this? PZAP ref. PZAP ref. So PZAP ref equals position. Are we using that for anything? I think we're using it to spawn the new thing. Yeah, there's the new thing. So what the crap are we doing with this then? Find usages. Where are we using this? Okay. So what we're seeing here is pretty much some more fuzzing. In Zap, what's going on is we're just assigning it to places. Now, that doesn't... Okay, so where are we at? This. We've got two different instances of this. This is the only place it gets used, which is why I wonder whether maybe I should go about doing this a different way. I am seeing, and I know why I did this as well. Collided, when we have something hitting a rock, right? it's going to tell it. It's going to tell whether that particular thing has he says as he grinds to a halt. This is supposed to be the location of the new version of Zap. So I can start up here. Oh look, we're still in green ripples. Go to there. Try to find somewhere that is... I should see these move. Ah, I just saw that shift. See that slight motion? That is switching between something that is within range and something where PZAP is not in range. So that just shifted. Now I am next to the thing. But if I pull back, I will see that these shift. Oh, there's my counterpart getting busy again. Apparently still firing. I only fired one shot. Why do I have two follow-up shots? That doesn't make any sense. Should be able to produce a situation where I can back away from these guys and then they'll kind of shift. Don't know what it's going to take. I can also get away from this guy quite easily because we don't have many asteroids at the moment. So the asteroids are going to continue respawning. You can see a sort of regularity to the pattern. And then if I get right up next to a guy like this, I can even bump him. It didn't do me too much damage, but now it's rotating. In theory, I can follow that until it passes a boundary, because we're in a sort of fishbowl, and it just looks like we're in infinite space. And the point I'm making... Oh, it isn't revolving very fast, is it? It's fine. If I hang on for long enough, I should end up getting to a place where it will pivot suddenly. I'm watching for signs of motion. I can even bump it again. Yeah, I'm going to bump it again. I bumped it so gently nothing happened. And there it is. So now when I shoot it, it is on the other side of the world. And I'm honestly not seeing the flurry of Okay, so this is me trying to figure out a thing. It's a thing that I did. Oh, invalid access locks? Huh. Alrighty. And a bunch of RIDs were leaked at exit. So there's many things that I need to fix, but that's fine. Also, I seem to have lost the reference to the search I did, and that's unfortunate. Let's get it back. There you go. So the purpose of this is so that if I'm firing zaps through the edge of the universe and wrapping around to the other side, we should be able to... That's cube, actually. So let's use the one in rock instead. There's more of those to look at. If we don't do this, and we also don't do, well, might have to comment out all of those things, so that's unfortunate. Let's not worry about that. This is the whole purpose of PZAP that we've currently disabled. So what happens is if we shoot at things, we see explosions. But if we shoot at stuff really far away, far enough away, we don't see explosions. And that would presumably be because the explosions are happening elsewhere. So there, that's where the explosions were. But a big thing like that is probably this one. Yeah, so see, I aimed at the thing over there and I got explosions over here. What I want is to see the explosions over there when I aim at that. It looks like I just missed that, so that's fine, I suppose. Aim it way over there, see them over here, and there's where the explosions were. So that's established. That is not actually giving me the new location. In fact, I'm not convinced it's successfully giving me the new location. So let's see about optimizing that a little bit. It's 2 in the afternoon. I've had my second cup of coffee. I'm not currently working on plugins today. We're doing Godot, so let's do some fun things in Godot and see whether we can get this to work better. We have a PZAP thing that doesn't actually work. Not the way I'd like to see it work. It's supposed to be spawning explosion effects if you aim at something far away. They should be spawning where you were looking rather than where the actual explosion is. Because you might be like to the side of something but thinking you're looking at something very far away. Now you're not, because you're in an imaginary space, but the idea is, especially if you're very close to one of the walls of the fishbowl, right, and there's something like right on the other side of it, you're like, that's right next to me, let's shoot at it and blow it up. And you expect the sound and also the visual effect to happen where that thing was. Now, if we fired a zap, we start it and exist equals 2. So if exist is 0, that means it's wrapped through twice. And we could get things to be real messy by just having lots of these. Currently, this makes that go away. We can make it so that they just continue going forever. And Phantom Zap actually just despawns when you go beyond the expanded size. Phantom Zap is a visual representation. There's not much going on with it. But Phantom Zap does have a location. So here we're instantiating that thing. And then what we're doing is we're making PZAP ref, but PZAP ref doesn't necessarily follow the location. PZAP ref is probably going to stay at the location that it was when it first came into existence. And for that reason, I think it's the wrong thing to use. I think what I should be doing is causing a additional. Also, we can play with this maybe. Let's see what happens if we are tending not to despawn ever. This means that the zap will just keep going through space. It will just keep going indefinitely until it finally hits something. So all of these are going to become much more destructive now. Let's assign the identity of the object that we are creating. Public partial class phantom zap. So here we are pzap load packed scene res phantom zap. So we are instantiating one of those. We're adding a child. And then if it's nil, so maybe we want to define this up here. And it'll be a reference to the object in Godot world. If I make it a reference to the object, I can refer to the position of that object as long as it still exists. So let's see, if we do that, it's private to the individual thing. Does it need to be private? Everything else is public. Maybe we need it to be public. But that's now a reference to an object rather than just a location. Since we already know that's what that is, let's also lose this. We'll try to fix everything up as we go. And then pbody is already the reference to the thing that we're creating. And then we no longer have a ref. So we're basically spawning a thing, but it is also let me keep thinking this through. I am pretty sure that is going to be, oh, you have folks talking about songs and things. Bear in mind that something like Yes's album Tales to Topographic Ocean has 4 songs. Each song is the length of an entire album side, and it's a double album, but that's 4 songs. That counts as 4 songs. They will typically come up with like movements, internal things inside the songs that is like, this is this section, this is that section, that existed even in Close to the Edge. That had, and in fact it existed as far back as the S album with stuff like Starship Troopers that had named sections within it. You could call those individual sections to be songs too if you wanted. Now let's see. What we can do to make this all make a kind of sense. We're going to have to fix some things here. fix this. Delete that. Fix this. And delete that. We'll go through and update all of these. We should have an internal reference as part of this class to a specific instance of a different class that's getting spawned. And that might be what we need here for getting it to work the way it's supposed to work. Plus, there is also an additional thing I get to do if this works. However, first things first, there's two things that won't work now. We're going to be referring to Zap Peabody. And there will be a place in each of these. And we got to update that. And it needs now to be this. So pause is position of the zap, but if we've extended forwards, it's actually the position of the virtual space that we're presumably looking at. And the explosion has to happen there. And then same thing for these. And in theory, this will now work. I could have it wrong, mind you, but it's worth a try. Okay, here's a big space, and here is probably it off into the distance. See, because there's the distant rock, and another distant rock, and then here's a more nearby one. There, see? That blew up. There's where our smoke is. If we fire at this, the smoke will be right here. Just like if we fire at that, the smoke will be right here. But we're not going to do that. We're going to fire at the sort of distant space out there. Oh. Stuff is getting hit. We've got zaps continuing to hit things, so now do we see explosions happening all the way over there? No, they didn't actually hit anything. How about here? Okay, we see explosions happening there, visibly. See explosions happening there, that's all cool. How about these? Kinda. How about if I shoot that one way over there? Nope. That went a little, that didn't actually follow correctly. That, we got explosions right there. That worked there. So there's a range in which I'm actually able to target these, and it's working correctly. Seems to be a bit of a delay. I'm not entirely happy with the delay, but I'm reasonably happy with where these visible... So much for that. Let's start over. Again. Explosions. There's my target. It's aiming at the same thing. And it's refiring again when its own shots hit. That's interesting. So we're going to have a lot of shots here. It's up there somewhere. So I aim at that. And then there's the shots coming in the same place. They hit one of those. Here a little bit. Here's a nearby one. All the bursts of explosions are right there. But then if I aim at this guy over here, so that's what I'm shooting for. Is the little bursts of... Honestly, I could do it in both of the places. We don't only have to fire narrow escape there. It could easily fire in both of the places, provided the other place is visible. Sound. Big delay on that. That's weird. Why is there so much of a delay on seeing the effect? And meanwhile, we get shots flying in from all over the place. See, and there I heard something, but I did not see a burst of smoke. So, I don't have that many Chicago albums, nuclear beat making. I've been getting together a bunch of albums to add to my list of tracks. I did a bunch of recording over the last year, and it's all been sitting in, here, let me show you. A little bit of a fussing. It's all been sitting in here. Like I have older records that I recorded earlier, and these are things where I need to grab a bunch of tracks out of. In many cases, I don't have all of the tracks from them. Like I've got a couple of tracks from Fair Warning, but I'd like to have all of them. Stuff like that. I've got a track from Permanent Waves, but I'm not sure if I have all of them. Same deal there. And then the more recent ones are like, I've recorded all of these, in some cases better versions than I previously had. Like I had a capture of Led Zeppelin 4, but this is a better version of it. I've got stuff like Lionel Richie. People ask sometimes about like, why aren't you doing this? Because it's an amazing hit. And sometimes it's because I didn't really think of it, but they're worth seeing. Here's Pointer Sisters Breakout. It's Neutron Dance album. Rufus and Rags to Rufus. Some Rolling Stones albums. Here's some more Rufus. And I've just got a bunch of different things there. And then lastly, and a new capture of Joshua Tree, because I got an album that didn't have a skip. So I got to do that one over again. And then my Zappa collection. So I am looking forward to getting that stuff sorted so that I can enjoy some of the records I've always had. I have not split those off. The reason those are in separate folders is because I backed them up to a recordable Blu-ray. It's like 25 gig removable media. So I've got backups of the captures of all of those, and now I need to go through and start picking out the songs that I'm going to want to use, and then measuring them all, because I have to measure all of those things in the original meter so that I can know what its score was. And that's part of how I'm going through doing my stuff. Meanwhile, I'm busy trying to figure out this. Ooh, and here's the thing. I rendered this non-functioning. So if Q is actually looking for Z, or wait, was it already looking for? No, it's looking for player, so this is what happens when Q hits player. We make a noise, it's not a very big noise. And here we're checking to see whether it's colliding with a Z, but I had that as Q. I think I had that on rock as well, and that might be salient to what we're trying to do here. So you got that going on. That is checking for Z, so that one does actually work. Let's see if we can make that operate again. So if we're nearby, those make a effect. It's not a very loud effect. However, if we go very far away from them, we should be able to still see that effect, even when we're aiming at ones that are clearly far away. So the question then becomes, are we limiting things somewhat by because these guys exist in space, but they're not getting instanced, so the rules are changed here. These guys, you have to be actually in their presence to get that to happen. And if you're aiming at one where you're not actually in its presence, you miss. It goes right through. Because this is not getting an instanced version. Like, see, that's not actually in space with me. So I'm not colliding, because the other one that we fired doesn't have colliders. Everything that I'm actually working with here is instanced, except for these. These, they have to be in your vicinity. If they are not in your vicinity, like this, or this, or this, see, so we were too far away from it, so it wouldn't collide. But then if we get close to it, then it collides. This is interesting. This poses its own challenges. And it's all very well with the colliders working the way that they do. Maybe we don't actually want to have these be shootable. Like, I've gone off the idea of shooting them in order to do anything. Because now I know, since they are not instanced, we cannot have it following the same rules. Bots are instanced. Rocks are instanced. You can aim at this rock here, and it blows up. Or you can fly over to here and aim at this rock here, and it blows up so good you can even see the explosions. Or since now we know this is the area that we're in, we can aim at this one over here. And we just shot instances that were like on the side of my head. And there's one that's like right next to me. So again, we have this situation where you can have a fairly large one, and then we're seeing a kind of chain of them. Actually, no, that went away, didn't it? Okay, first of all, no point in having cube do this. If cube collides with the player object, that's fine. But there's not a lot of purpose to being able to shoot them. Let's not. Let's leave this part out. Here's the line we have selected. Maybe we want to do a new sound. Maybe we don't need it to be doing this particular sound. There could be a special power-up sound. Although you do get, like, if you need to do the power-up, you get the increasing pitch, which is coming from something else. It's your score ramping up. Don't mind me figuring out what rock size is supposed to mean in this circumstance. And that has a bearing on the noise it makes, but we don't necessarily need to make an exploding noise, so we can, this is within cube. We're basically reimagining what this does. Let's ditch that entirely. And go through and ditch the sound aspects of it because we don't need it to be making sounds. But maybe we would like to see it doing the GPU particle thing. They turn to smoke when you run into them. That might be suitable. Still got to update rock size though. But we'll see how this acts. Right now we're starting it up with lots of these everywhere, so there's always that. We don't need a case statement for this at all, do we? We absolutely do not. Let's deal with that. The whole entire case statement is useless which suggests that we also don't need it to be in there. That appears to be about right. Oh, you are, in fact, a amount. Okay, let's have you be 8. Let's have you be a size of 1 for starters, and we'll see what that does. And we're going to lose this whole entire section, because if we're not doing sounds, we don't need the round robin. Which also means we don't need to update the round robin. Nor do we need to do the bus. So in theory, this will now work. Let's see what it does. Easy enough to find out. We've got lots of these sitting around. So shooting at these, well, they can bounce, and that's all fine, but they don't do anything. But when we fly into them, okay, I powered up. Do we see anything? Oh, I bet the size is too small. Oh, I bet I should probably do that in here. There we go. Couldn't do it the original way, get to do it this way. It's all good. Also, collided position. Collided is player. It might be setting it behind me. So instead, what we could do is it's a fixed size. So let's start the GPU particles at exactly the position. Well, now hang on a moment. Okay, so position. What up with this? That's presumably what's going on there. Oh, okay, never mind. I did need the round robin. I'm an idiot. Dang it. Well, we live and learn. The GPU particles lives on the position of the sound object. That's why. Dang it. Thought I had that figured out. Maybe I can undo past all of that nonsense. Let's give it a try. There. We are back to that, but we don't have a rock size. Oh. And we didn't undo those correctly, but we do need to have the position. Yeah, see, it's doing some of its things correctly. Let's continue undoing our mess because we removed a little bit too much there in the process of trying to make this be correct. So if we do this now, we're all set. But we don't want to make the noise, and You know, I can do this in other DAWs. Can we rename? Okay. Alrighty. Let's see if we can make this go. Oh. I should have put an F on that if I expected to make it work. Also, it's an int, so technically I can just do this, and it shouldn't need to be turned into a float. Technically, I can just only do that. And it better not be doing it everywhere it finds that. It better be doing it only within this one. We shall see. That saves a little bit of trouble. And then the sound position is the part we care about. Don't need to actually make it do more sounds. Although one of the things about this is that it will actually override other sounds. But we have a bunch of instances of it. It's fine. We did need to reposition that thing because Particles rides on the audio stream player. There's only so many of those. We use all of them. And see, the scale of it was 4 times 4. So I was guessing correctly in terms of the... see, and we can no longer fire at them, but we do get a visual effect when we fly through. Positioning seems a little bit questionable, but it does appear to be able to respond. If I make these all be a cool visual effect, sphere that looks like Guardian, but it's a different color. I could also make that particle be that rather than simply an explosion texture. I am a little concerned that it's not appearing in the exact spot I'd like it to appear. Like centered, and then kind of centered. There it is. there's a variety of things to be done here. One of them, I know I'm going to need to do this eventually. Maybe it is time. I do, however, wonder whether I want to fiddle with this. Okay, so collided pause equals collided position. So that's supposed to be the player's position, but move toward position of the cube. How about instead we have it be the position of the cube move towards collided linear velocity? So this is a possibility that might make it work better. We will start the position of this visual effect. If this works for these, maybe it'll work for the rocks. Also, just for laughs, let's have more of them. That's amount of literal 1. We can do better than that. Okay. And we don't need to override verb instance, I think, so let's not. And we're probably still good. Do we need to use? Perhaps not. Yeah, we're still good. Okay, so I like that. Maybe we can even do that for the rock explosions, and it will have those. See, big explosion there, and then when we fly through these, there we go, a little burst of smoke or something. Seems to be positioned weirdly. See, my problem there is I did not see the explosion. Also, the sound of it seems very far away. It suggests to me that the position of that explosion is actually not near me at all. Same with this. See, I saw that, I heard that, but where did it actually happen? Oh, that clipped me. It got me. Alrighty. So we've got that doing something. Let's make these smaller, but have more of them. They seem to take up so much space. And they now don't even make a noise. Arguably, if this is not interesting enough, I should lose it and just have the power up. And then the thing just disappears when you touch it because it is the power up. I am a little curious to see what this will do, though. The reason it's a bit complicated is it's supposed to be different for different sizes of asteroids that you shoot. So there's that. Let's try that again. So we can do a little bit of damage by bouncing off of that, and then we can respawn. So when we fly into this, that's nice. So I kind of see that. Positioning feels a little bit wonky, but and sometimes it doesn't seem to register. I do, however, kind of see it. There's an offset that has to do with how fast I'm moving. Some of these things were designed around hitting the rocks. Ah, see, so that was under me. Positioning, not always useful. It appeared behind me. God, excuse me. So if I was to make this effect appear as soon as you hit it, okay, so which stinking thing here is, it's got this big complaint. I'd like to fix this at least. Because I've clearly got this wrong. So what's going on? Is it this that we're locking? Yes. It's those cube boxes that we're doing it. And they, if I do this, then they can now be moved around by stuff. So there's that. Well, you say you're a cube, but what if we were another ball like everything else? What then? Oh, collision shape. All right, so we need to do that. May have been going a little bit hard there, but whatever. And then we also need to do this. Ooh, lost the graphic. Well, now what's up? That's weird. Standard material. Now I can load a texture. Ooh. I could just try this skybox. That or defense green and retint it. Let's see what we've got here. Doesn't matter whether it's transparent or not if the blend mode is add. We can, however, make it be inverted like this. Similarly to Guardian. And let's save all of that mess while we're at it and see where we're at with it. I think it's going to stop having that particular complaint because I just changed a bunch of things. Okay, now I can't see them. But they did get... oh, now I can't see them. Because they're the texture that we're approaching, but... that's dark warm patchwork, so they'll be much less visible sometimes. Yeah, so next order of business is let's have that not change the texture this time, which is fairly straightforward, I think. Clear cubes, create player, create bots. Here's where we create cubes. Material is no longer getting overridden. Now it should be what we left it as. Oh, hello. What up here? Enable the cast object of type Godot resource to type Godot packed scene. Well, did this run anyhow, or is it, have we now crashed? Counterpart game set Godot class property value. Well, I didn't actually do that. C# instant bridge, that's also not my code. Let's see what it does. It runs, and we get to have these cloudy little things. And if you fly into them, so I'm liking this, but I think they could be a little bit more visible. And maybe animated in some way. But this is the same kind of thing we're seeing in Guardian. And their purpose is, if you have been damaged, you get to fly into one of these things. So I'm not sure if that burst of smoke is actually useful. Oh, also interestingly, they are giving me a really good light reflectivity. Kind of liking that. They're serving as warning. Check that out. Where are they? Okay, that guy is on the near side. Oh no, they're getting a reflected light, aren't they? It's not actually giving a good example because, see, light is inverted. In order for that to... oh, and he bounced off of one. Huh. Didn't expect that. So we have an issue immediately. I'm also interested in what's going on here. I don't know why it's having this problem. It's also not letting me see... oh, no, it's wrapping. Script properties generated CS line 107. But that's not my code. Why is it doing this? Backtrace. I'm trying to find my code that's causing it to do that, but it's not finding it. Cast object to type Godot packed scene. Well, what are we actually doing though, and why would it be casting it? And yeah, these are not scenes anymore. Don't mind me, I'm talking nonsense. We were in the middle of trying to do something interesting like this. So public phantom zap Peabody, could that be it? Packed scene pzap load packed scene res phantom zap scene. So that at least we can do. This is creating an instance. The instance is what we're trying to track. We're assigning that instance to all of this stuff, but then we're keeping it around. Or overriding it. Each time this happens again, we're instantiating another one. Here is where we have those apps continuing to go on indefinitely. Maybe instead of that, we'll just be slightly more lenient with it, but we'll give it slightly more chances to keep going. So we are spawning scenes as soon as it does one of these things. We're adding a new child for each one. And then we're setting it to the most recent one. It's probably pretty legit. There was an extra thing I meant to do around that, but before we do that, let's go back over to here. Cull mode of back. Ooh, what happens when we do disabled? Oh, if you do disabled, it's showing both faces. Interesting. If it's showing both faces, what happens then? Because we're only using blend mode add. There's our texture. It's a pretty dark texture. I don't think we get to boost this above 255 unless we do it in code. I don't think we get to add a revolving to this either. Although we could get a little tricky. We could add another level of texture on top of that existing level of texture. So firstly, shading, unshaded, let's see what happens when we try specular mode. We can disable fog, at which point it will be visible much farther away, I think. If we disable lighting, then it's not going to be lit up by the light on Guardian. That's a problem. What are my options? Oh, Lambert. Yeah, it seems about right. Oh, we could fool with this and see, because what this is going to do more than anything else is it's going to affect how the thing looks when the Guardian gets near it. And that's a useful little cue. Oh. Okay, they are not being affected by fog at all. We could space these much farther away and it would still be pretty effective. And the lighting is much better than it was. They are very, very visible here. So here's your power-ups. I don't know if the smoke does it for me anymore. I mean, it's fine, but there they are down there. They are not fog affected, so you can see them even far away. I'm going to be making them be much far away. Can we get an explosion there? Yes, we can, but actually we heard it from much closer. So if we got damage, we can go find one of those. They maybe don't need to be this bright, but it's not bad. I can definitely lose that. The size of it seems pretty respectable. You can see like I wouldn't mind having that animate. I feel like it would be cool to have them animate. Although they do move. There we go. Nice little explosion effect. This guy's now coming straight for me. So where do I see it on the surface of... I don't see this on the surface of these guys. I'm happy with the way they look, but I'm not seeing him show up. That might be fine. But you can see his presence on the surface of the rocks, but I don't see anything showing on my safety orbs there. I'm going to have to space those out and make them be farther away. But I'd also like their spherosity to reveal this guy. And I do not see them revealing where that light is. So I don't like that. Okay, how are we doing? Scene forward cluster shader, we're never freed. I don't know what to do about that. And again, we have an invalid cast, and I don't know where that's coming from or what's causing it. That's a little bit annoying. We are trying to make a scene somehow, and I honestly don't know what would be causing that. But the thing I was concerned about actually lives here. So what could I have done? We don't want shaded. We want it to be luminous. We don't necessarily care about that. Cull means it's doing it as a 3D shape. It being static is probably fine. Now we do have, Cube has a script. There's a script on Cube. The script on Cube is what lets us respawn our level. We don't need to do all of this stuff. If we're losing the particles as well as the sounds, then we don't actually have to delete any, we don't have to have any of that. So there we are. We have a collision, and the collision is the player. Then we get to do this with it. Also, these are shifting it when you, this is how you get it to be scaled up this big. So far, so good. But we could use either a process or a physics process for updating something on it. So how are we doing that in Guardian? Guardian animates. It animates like this. So this is in physics process. it's also animating its noise. These could all have noises, but there's a lot of them, so I'm not sure if I like that. It's not going to have its own light. So let's see, it has a physics counter. How simple can I make this, I wonder? Public float physics counter. Why does it? Well, we're not doing anything with it. Fair. By all means, because I don't know why we would. Can you make the Guardian's physics counter? Yes, you can. I bet that's what it's thinking, that you can make that private. We need to refer to some of these things elsewhere, but not this one. Let's put the private stuff in a row there, and then the public stuff is there. Honestly, I feel like I could have world size. Not everything has to have its own instance of world size. That's got to be wrong. But no matter. So we're going to be changing process to physics process. If I can spell. Boom. And it has a delta, but I don't think it's relevant. I don't think its delta is real. But then we need to do something kind of like this. We're not going to have a distance, but we'll have it be a fixed amount. And I feel like I can probably, yeah, okay, so we're already adding something to it. That's fine. And let's see. Let's not do transcendental math in here. Although it's only 60 times a second, I do sines in audio processing, and that's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times a second. Still. Okay, so in this case, this does not have a OmniLight 3D, so we're going to leave that off. But this is presumably, okay, hang on. UV scale is how this stuff works. Let's see what we get. Because it's trying to get a mesh instance 3D directly off of itself. Let's see what we get. We might have animated things. If so, let's see how fast they go. Already lovely. There's our visual effect. See, the animation kind of moves to a point and it slows down because it's a sine function, and then it kind of stops. So that's, see, it kind of hits a wall and reverses itself. So here's the thing. What if not? What if UV scale was just physics counter? Let's try it. If it's a useful rate, and now we can lose this, And now we can lose the sign, which we don't need to do a sign. And we don't necessarily know whether pi is the relevant thing, but so let's assume it's not. Let's see what we get now. It's starting from zeros. Okay, 0 means it comes out of nowhere and becomes finer and finer. And then it's gonna, okay, and then they disappear. And they all do it together because they're all at the same scale. I like the higher amounts, but we do need to be scaling it up quite a bit in order to get something that looks reasonable. Also, I feel like it should be going back and forth. It can be moving linearly back and forth as it goes, but we need to not let it go all the way down to 0, because when it goes all the way down to 0, it turns invisible. And I prefer the look that we have here of these bands. This seems good. So there's another thing to do. Ooh, could I have it going in tempo? There's a thought. What if it was moving in tempo? Can we do that? I mean, my background tempo is the same every time, so if I get the right numbers, I can get it to do a thing and have it update according to, well, I mean, that would also depend on whether I can synchronize. And I do not know whether that's actually feasible. So what I'm talking about lives in game, and it is part of theme song player. Oh, look at you being in the asset store for no reason. I didn't ask for that. You silly, why are you showing that? Why are you showing that? We're not using any of them things. Although there's another game I can fool with that would actually use something from in here. I was looking at a Godot terrain generation system, which seems fairly well developed, and you can get that from in here. Oh, they don't have by popularity. You can look by recently, you can look by name, you can look by license. I do know that the one I'm talking about is a MIT licensed. That's not a good way to search. Is there a Z? No, there's an unlicensed. Ah, here we go. Okay, so we do inverse search, and that's MIT license. The one I am talking about, there's lots of them, but then I think Godot is in fact Terrain 3D. So I'll be checking that out at some point. That just doesn't belong with this game. Meanwhile, I was looking at Audio Stream Player, and wondering whether I can read its position. Here. But I don't want to do it in physics process, that's the thing. But let's see what we're looking at. We're doing the scale. it would be quite easy to make physics counter go back and forth. I'm currently not doing that, but I'm wondering whether there will be any usefulness to it. It should be a pretty good looking. Okay, they all look exactly the same, but that's pretty well fine. That said, I bet I can do something about that. Needs to be slower. So half of that. The way it scales is also useful. Here's the thing, physics counter can be part of ready. These can have unique positions for them. So ready means start it up. So let's find Godot's version of this and get some function out of it. Okay, that wasn't the way to do that. I know I'm doing it elsewhere. Let's look in game. I bet I've got it in game. This is all just on ready, so it's fine. I don't have to worry about that. Oh, GD randef. There we go. Back over to here. See, that's how you refer to the overall class. And now when we instantiate it as a random number, when each of these appears, they will not all match. Oh, you're making me a liar. It is in fact all matching. Also, I am very near the counterpart, which is this. I could do with fixing that a little bit, I think, too. And these are not all getting random numbers, are they? Those match. That's supposed to be random and it's not. That's annoying. Why is it not instantiating? Well, let's define this as physics counter. Could it be that these are not even unique entities? They're looking and they're acting unique, but there's a thing in the Godot engine which specifies whether they're actually working as unique or not. We do not have this acting like it's unique. See, I can set it up to be, so this is a useful Godot point. See, they're all animating exactly the same. But here's the deal. Dang it, I continue to not be, oh, that's because I've got asset lib clicked here. Fine, let's not do that. So here's cube. It is a rigid body 3D. We're instantiating it in a bunch of ways, but is this specified to be a unique object? I feel like it's probably not. We've got it in a script. Gravity scale. That's all fine. Where do I find node inherit? Physics interpolation, there's a change. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, that's also a rigid body. Okay, we're getting annoyed now. This is also a rigid body. At what point does it start to give me that be a unique item? There is a be a unique item factor. And I know it exists, but I'm having a hell of a time finding it. Oh, okay. Rigid body 3D, mass resource local to scene. Here's the deal. If local to scene is true, then you can have multiple ones and they're distinct. If it is not local to scene, then they're instances, but they're all of the same thing. I believe that's what's happening with Cube. So it's in rigid body 3D. Physics material override. It looks like that's part of physics material override. Well, shucks, do we have a physics material override in here? Ah, no, we don't. No, we don't. Maybe that's part of what's making it be not a unique thing. Boom, there we go. Okay. So cube is not actually a cube. It's now a sphere. It's now a glowing thing. We can have it be absorbent. And now we get to make each of these unique. See, local to scene. Okay. If I'm correct about this, then all of these will now update uniquely. Obviously, I'm not correct about this. What the actual hell? Well, I mean, it's neat looking enough, but I'm kind of going to some trouble to not have it be doing this. Alrighty, let's randomize that then. It'll only happen every now and then. Now we do this. I defy you to continue to be... I spoke too soon. They're all the same object. They're all the same object, and I don't know why. Well, that's cool, I guess. Let's go back over here and try to find out what it thinks it's doing. Can you make script local to scene? That shouldn't be doing it. Well, if it doesn't care about that, we can just clear that. That shouldn't matter. because it didn't fix anything. Mesh instance. We can have the instance be local to scene. I don't think that should fix it, because it's a variable inside the script that's doing this. The collision shape also, that should be... Well, let's see what we get. We now at least have it so that they're all doing a random thing, but they're doing the random thing all together in synchronization. Yep. Same as. So while that's amusing, that's not what I had in mind. We'll continue this because we can clearly see when it updates. And we've got this running, but I do not see how to tell the script that it is local to each instance. Well, we're spawning them in game. Are we in some way updating it? And we're calling ready. This is fine, we don't have to do this. I don't see where this... We can have a little fun here anyway. Let's make all of these a little bigger just for laughs. We're going to scale them up once we're done. I was also thinking of having another one that would be like a black hole. So you go and find these guys in order to re-health, but I'm going to make them much farther away. Being bigger like this means you can see them. In fact, I will fly through a bunch of them. But this is frustrating. I mean, you saw that I had a random number in there. The random number is supposed to be making these not all move in synchronization. And yet they are very obviously moving in synchronization. But we're able to give them each unique locations. So that's interesting. We're also giving them each unique rotations, as well as locations. What's up with that? Well, if it's a public, let's see if we can assign it on creating it. Then we wouldn't need to do this. Ready wouldn't be updating it at all, because this is accomplishing squat. And that's a bit annoying. So here's where we spawn them. We scale them. We can use one of these values. It goes from 0 to 255. Once we do that, maybe it will look a little bit different. No. Yeah, that is not successfully making them go different starting positions. Irritating. How about this? So it's really acting like there's one script for all of them. And that's fine in its own right, but I want it to have independent motion here. So that's becoming very annoying. I don't know what it takes. To get these to have individual instances. It takes more than this because I can plainly see that they have unique rotations. But these are all 100% identical. Like, I can make it be even more obvious. Let's make it be even more obvious. And then we'll be able to plainly see when it's doing better. They are all using exactly the same script. Why? I don't think I can do anything about it in here, so what about in here? Okay, here we have a rigid body 3D. We can give it a unique physics material override, but it itself is still stuck being the same one every single time. That just goes over to here. Didn't want that. Maybe if I... Okay. What it says down there that you cannot see is if I go to the script, you can tell it make unique. Now I can't see it, but it went. So let me explain what I just did by dragging this all the way over here. See, you've got script here. It says empty. I can do load, and I have cube CS. But this is all exactly the same. Hope you can see that. I can try to get it even farther off of the screen. A little hard to see. There we go. Yeah. So here's what I did to try to fix this. You got this little menu, new script, extend script. Here's where it has a make unique option. This appears to be what it needed, but there's very little to show. Now it doesn't show anything in script at all, but I bet you, see, we'll save this. I bet you if I go over to bot also has a script. Bot script should presumably also be unique. Unless it's just doing everything. Let's find out what happened. firstly, let's see whether that actually worked. So do we have our randomizing? Yes, we do. So if that worked, these are now not going to be synchronized. Oh. Okay, that worked. I died. Now what? Interesting. And it's not letting me restart either. What happened there? That was crazy. The big mess is what? Look, it got really upset. Oh, no references. Player CS line 103. What's going on in line 103? I'm not really quite sure what its problem was with that. Let's see if I insta-die again. I might end up putting that stuff back up. Yeah, I insta-died again. It wasn't able to do anything. So I have apparently completely broken this by setting bot's script to a unique instance of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into bot and put it back to what I thought it was in the first place, which was just bot CS. We still have a unique instance of the, oh, hi. What's your little problem? It's upset with me over something. Wish I knew what. Unable to open C# script K3834. Okay, so now we're able to make unique scripts, but it's not helpful. Huh. How do we go about dealing with this? This is ridiculous. Does it run? No, it insta dies. Wow, okay. But... oh, and now you can't control. And nothing is loading. And we've not generated anything, and everything's broken. Cool, cool. What we tried to do to make this work went horribly, horribly wrong. Wow. Okay. This idea of making the cube script unique is clearly no bueno. Let's go back to seeing whether we can make everything at least run. But it's stuck being always exactly the same, and it feels like that, if everything worked like that, then the other stuff would be not worky as well. Oh, we're all broken now. I've taken the game out completely now. That's crazy. What has happened? Is it just that I've screwed this stuff up? Okay, if we don't have this, then what? It's the last thing I changed. At some point, can we get my game back? Clearly not right now. So that super doesn't work. Do we have any hints here? This doesn't show me where in my code it's doing it. I've also been fooling with stuff here. I don't like that much. I had also been going through and making that stuff be unique too. How about let's not try doing this? How about those resources are not unique to scene, and they don't have scripts inside them. And furthermore, this now doesn't have a script. So now we got, maybe that's what's causing it. I bet that's what's causing it. Let's load up the cube script. It does still exist. We'll hit save. Let's see if bot has a script associated with it. It looks like it does. Ah, the mesh instances need to be unique. Interesting. Where does that show up? Ah, here. So a mesh instance, if that's not unique to scene, then there is trouble. So maybe we go to cube mesh. Okay, so let's check around again. So bot mesh instance unique. Rock mesh instance and collision shape is unique. Interesting. I guess collision shape doesn't have to be unique because all the bots are the same size. There, okay, so the collision shape's gonna be the same size, but let's get that mesh instance to be unique. Hopefully it'll make its own path. Let's see what it does. Oh, okay, hit save and it generated paths. This might be it. This might be the thing that it needed. And we'll also find out, okay, the cube still has a script. That might have been what was throwing it. Because rigid body 3D, yeah. Let's see if it runs. Are we alive? We are. And our instances are not unique, but I might not be making them unique at this time. They do work, at least. Also, you can bounce shots off of them. So that's cool. And I believe everything else is functioning, so there was that. Now, I think I took away everything that made things be unique. If we put this back now, what do we got? This might be the key. Or not. That did not help. So never mind with that. Doesn't work there. Ready could contain a physics counter update. All right. So maybe that's going to do something. So the mesh instance, that's going to be a unique thing. What I don't understand is how to make these individual physics counters be unique. And yet I've got it going in like BOD. So what happens in BOD that's so special that it's able to do that? We got private int, physics counter, and process counter. Public int, brain counter, that is supposed to be doing a thing. In ready, we are updating it. And it's getting that from albedo texture. I wonder whether I'm just working around this all accidentally, where it's supposed to be doing a thing, and yet the reason they're unique and distinct is because they have distinct textures to them. Can I build a reference thing into the object and make that be distinct? Can you add a variable? child node. I feel like this is the most horriblest of workarounds, and yet if it works, I'm reasonably happy with it. Oh, well, hang on, though. We don't see this thing. What's going on? Okay, let's blank that again. Save it. So bot has a unique thing here. Oh, it can be accessed anywhere within the scene it belongs to by using the ampersand prefix. Click to disable this. What? Does that? Oh, no, it is. It is local to scene. Ugh. Do I get to do that from here? Yes, access as unique name. Okay, maybe that's how you go about doing it. Also, now the raycasts are unique too, but we'll see whether that works. Okay, access as unique name. Boop. This didn't actually update local to scene, but it gave it a path. Interesting. We'll save that. So apparently you have to do it in the menu. However, with these guys, we have in fact also checked local to scene. I guess you have to tell it access as a unique name and also do the resource. Let's find out how true that is. So mesh instance, it's got a path already, so we tell it to be local to scene, and we hit save. See what happened this time. And do we have our cube CS and physics counter to be random? So what could be happening is each of these has its own physics counter, but it doesn't care because it's using one instance of the mesh for every single one. So all this time I could have had unique physics counters, but what it's doing is it's only using one of them for the mesh. See? Ooh, can we have it so that it stops when you hit it? No. So we have it visibly obvious that this is clearly not doing the thing. Updating. Oh, hang on. Okay, so physics counter maybe doesn't need to be public at all. But maybe we need, or maybe we don't even care. We're not applying it anywhere else, are we? No, we're not attempting to apply it there. We're just attempting to make it be a unique update. See, that's the thing. It's like physics process is adding 0.05 each time, but they're not acting unique. So let's try another private float. And then we can leave that alone probably, but let's see if we can get a random value going. So now that's also supposed to be a random value. It should be between 0 and 1 if I'm reading that correctly. They are all in fact updating so that they return to 0. Actually, we can make it be a little bit more lenient than that. It's going to be pretty obvious. And UV scale means that that gets to be unique, but did this make speed unique? Or is it all still very much the same? That is both very fast and very the same. I am disappointed. What is the deal with this thing? I've got to refer to some kind of uniqueness in here somewhere. And this also makes me wonder whether everything else is failing to work. Like, I don't think there's anything lacking from here. These all get to be the same. It's fine. We do have unique rock sizes, but that's a separate property. That's like the mesh size and so on. So if the script is always the same, then it doesn't matter. This function doesn't matter if it's unique. It's referring to things outside itself, so it doesn't. All of this stuff in rock doesn't care whether the script is unique or not. I thought bot was doing something unique, but we get to give it different materials. And that might be masking. Like, this could still be completely don't mind me scrolling past stuff. See, this stuff is fine if it's the same every time. I've got things going on like this, but it is reading from the active material to do it. It's got me wondering whether brain counter exists as a distinct thing for each of these, or whether these things, which I thought were unique to each object, bot, rigid body 3D, etc., do I need to have some kind of little object in the Godot that provides these? Because what's happening in the class is these are always the damn same no matter what. And I'm running into it more obviously in Cube, because Cube has no way of giving distinct behaviors to things with the same mesh. I feel like brain counter might not be doing what I think it does. Although we've got like public string moniker, and that is giving distinction. We get to reference moniker, and only one of them is going to be counterpart. But if that gets to be unique, then why isn't the other stuff getting to be unique? Back over to here. A lot of this stuff is just plain getting spawned into these areas. This one exists, but I don't care. We also don't care about fishbowl. Fishbowl is nothing but a depiction of where the space actually is. So that's fine. Don't care about that. It's actually getting close to me defrosting my tacos. That is something that will distract me from all this. And we don't want to have multiple distinct game scripts. Should be only one Guardian script. I think the Zap scripts get to be whatever they want. Don't have to worry about that. we technically don't get to make this one be a unique object, do we? Well, when I made cube CS be unique, everything broke. Let's see if we can make it be unique and everything breaks. I made it unique. Does everything break? Super, super broke, yes. It failed hard. It failed hard. So we can't do that. We got to take that away and then load it back up again. Now it won't be broken. But now I got to figure out how to give it a unique register for variables, given that we can have unique mesh instances, and the mesh instances can load. So can I add properties to mesh instance? That seems madness lays that direction. That doesn't seem good at all. While we're at it, let's make sure that we can still run. Yep. I could do with that taking away the random, because not only is this not working, but it looks annoying. Let's take away that random. Okay, are you a little more sedate now? Yep. So far, so good. So basically what I'm talking about is a situation where we're able to run this, and it's able to run this script. It's presumably setting physics counter to the random number that is. It'll be anything from either extreme, or we can make sure that it's sensible by doing +2, and then we know that it's a random number that needs to scroll between these two things. So that will be fine, but they're all the same one. Now there are some circumstances where, like where player, it's fine if that's always the same one. And if we're dealing with the materials, we're able to assign unique materials, but we don't seem to be able to assign a unique physics counter. That lives in the script, and I was assuming that some of the stuff in bot also works along the same lines. Again, also I don't know if we need to have unique raycasts. I know we need to have unique mesh instances. And it's got a rigid body connection. How the crap do you add a variable? We could try adding timers. That's weird, but see, I deeply don't love that. I don't love having to run separate distinct timers for literally all of these things. You know what, give me a second. We'll just make sure everything still runs. And I'm going to be right back because I'm going and getting some dinner ready. got me. It got me. Funnily enough, I wandered away for too long. So some bits of this are coming along really well. In particular, I'm liking the visual representation of these guys. It didn't even take too much trouble to do. But I cannot make these run uniquely. And that's a big annoying problem. Well, if they have to have unique mesh IDs, what would happen if we read physics counter's initial state from the mesh ID? No, wait, that's just unready. Physics counter is acting like it is the same every single time. That's a problem. Well, here's our reset. So this is the thing that's going to be unique. What I don't know how is to make it into a thing. Let's find out. Something to do with instance. Oh, unique. No, not unique name and owner. And some of these things are going to be the same anyhow. Even if they're unique meshes, and they're unique meshes, they're going to have the same texture. They're presumably going to have unique UIDs. But that's not how we get it, is it? So the mesh resource should be unique, but the texture is not. But the mesh resource has to be unique in order to... See, I was looking at that native instance that says nint to see whether it did anything or had anything. I think not. But if we go mesh and then what's going on with that? Native instance is probably the template that it gets it from. Resource local to scene, that's actually true. There's going to be separate instances. This is going to be something. Okay, so doesn't look like I get... Well, hang on though. It is a pointer. I doubt I can make that into a number. I'm looking to make it into a number. Optional. Unique identifier. Literally the unique identifier. Well, we can make these all wrap very differently. Interesting. Okay, hash code. It seems messy, but it could work. That, no. Count and length, probably not useful. So a unique ID is going to be one of those little things they generate. See, we could do toString, but it's already a string. hash will produce a variable. Is valid float is almost certainly going to be nope. Nope, it is not a valid float. Doesn't necessarily have any integers. That is not going to be useful either. And now we're into just other things that aren't part of Godot at all. Okay, back up we go. So resource scene unique ID, that's a thing. Hash code, at least that gives me an int. So this gives us something that we can do. It's ugly, but we can do it. And that is we can start them from 0 but go up to whatever that hash code is, which might be an extraordinarily large number. What's going to happen is we're going to have the density of the little tracery of the things going up really, really high. So these are going to go up really, really high, and they're just going to continue rising. And what I'm wondering is, will they continue rising forever, or will they start having some of them reset individually? Doesn't look like anything's reset yet. So there's one thing I can do about that. This is the slow, tedious way of going about this, but if I can do it this way, I can also do it making it so that it sort of randomizes slightly differently. Because it looks to me like I need to read unique things from the only unique thing. Let's see what we get out of that. Will any of them start resetting a little bit quicker? Oh, they literally all vanished. Interesting. Didn't expect that. What if not as much, but still less than 1? I guess hash code is an int, so if you multiply it by 0.1, we're forcing it to be ints. Let's try not doing that. Nope, still doesn't like it. Fine. You're an int. Physics counter has to reset only when it's much larger. Fine. Then let's just use ints. Now what is it worried about? Is it worried simply because we're comparing it? Yellow squiggly underscore means maybe it'll still work. Or not? Okay. Man, we're getting nowhere with any of this. This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. Fine, let's take that back out again and see what happens now. Or do we have yet another thing where we can... Oh, I've got get hash code. Why is it still thinking that it needs to get hash code again? What's its little problem? There's not much to that. Well, that's supposed to return a hash code. Presumably, if I do this, it still actually runs. It does. How about I make it go way faster? How about we make physics counter also be an int? We will just multiply that int in here so it still knows what it's doing. And now let's see whether that did anything. Oh, are we still having a problem? We're still having, can't implicitly convert float to int. Fine. And it was 1520. Okay, okay. Cool. You can just be 0. Let's go from there. I see we have a problem here. What for you confound me so? Well, if UV scale isn't being multiplied by a float, then what? This should make it very upset. I don't think this is going to work at all. And in fact, it does not. Hey, Grans. Yeah, I'm having a horrible time with this stuff. It is what it is. Okay, physics counter, you go back to being a float, thank you. And you can increment much faster, and we can reset you back to 0, same as before. And now, are we getting anything resulting in anything? Yes, we are getting it incrementing so much that it's making them be bursts of fuzz. This is the result of increasing the number of the multiplication way too far. I, however, do not see any of these altering. In particular, I don't see them blinking or changing in any way. It looks like I can't actually make them be larger than the hash code. And that's really annoying, because that was my one hope of getting this to do unique behaviors, and they have to do unique behaviors, and they're refusing to do unique behaviors. So what you're seeing there looks like a blur, but all it really is a averaging of a texture. Sometimes see in the texture through multiple layers of texture. But that's just a texture that has been scaled up so much that the individual textures are like the size of an atom on the surface of this sphere. What do we have first? We had something like this. And then we had a physics counter is larger than 3.0, but without that stuff. So the mesh instances are unique. If they were different textures, you'd be able to see the different textures. If the objects and meshes and things are different sizes, you'd get to see the different sizes. And it's just possible that that's a workaround. It's an ugly, 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 ugly workaround. But I should be able to run this again. Shouldn't be physics counter equals 0 up there, but that's fine. So this is where we left off. We can do this, but they're not unique. I can't make them be unique. I think they're all referring to one particular script. If I make the scripts be unique, everything dies. And bot uses this as some of its calculations, assuming I'm going to be able to have unique objects or unique variables inside this object. But it's following the same rules as this, meaning that the uniqueness inside each of these bots is not as unique as I thought they were going to be. I can fly up to these guys. If I had a higher level, I'd have more of these to see. Let's get out of dodge a little bit. See, these guys look like they're moving uniquely. They're following a path. I'm able to make the path be distinct. They're blinking uniquely. This is no different from the other stuff that I had. They're able to respond in a reasonably unique way. But the trouble I'm having is that though these guys are moving uniquely, these things up there, these are not. These have an animation. That animation needs to be acting in a unique manner, but there's nothing that I can do that causes it to respond as if they are unique things. They are self-evidently all moving the same. Although they are in distinct places. So maybe I can also play on the fact that they're in unique locations, and that might help. Okay. That's a whole different aspect. And let me see. I was going to make it go from 3 to 2 or something. I do not understand why most of this doesn't work. It's extremely irritating. But if we refer to this object, each of these objects is in a different place. Like we're in a rigid body. It has a position. It has a bunch of things. Like I can do position. Funnily enough, it seems like I can also do a hash code from that. That's weird. But that will give me a variety of things. So we can do that and I believe I can even do a multiply here and get away with it. We're not updating position X, we're reading from it. So what we're supposed to see by having done that is that these guys are supposed to First of all, be animating. Oh, hang on. Their position changes as we move around. Okay, so something happened. Since I moved away, it caused the positions all to be updated. That changed the speed of how much everything was going. See, now they are starting to move faster, and now they're moving much faster. So it's responding. They're still all locked, but they're responding. See, it's going fast. But then if I go this direction, it'll start making them do something else. The annoying thing is that they're still locked. They're all still locked. They're all still acting exactly the same. That is very interesting. By which I mean irritating. Alrighty, well then. It changed, like something changed. So position X minus... No. Okay, so if I do this, and I didn't need these prints, in theory what's going to happen is every single one of these should have a unique speed of update that is all going to be either really fast or really slow, but they should be moving different speeds now. Let's see if that's even remotely correct. No. It's reading the number, but that number is the same for all of them, and I don't understand how that can be possible. See, it just changed for every single one. How is this happening? What the actual hell? And then they're back. I'm trying to read the individual position of each of these in space. They're all in distinct 3D space. These are all at different places. They're not in the same place. Ugh. Yikes. How is it doing that? Like, we can do this, but it's not letting them be distinct. And that is doing my brain in. I got about a half an hour to try to make any progress on it. Google, or rather DuckDuckGo. It's technically what we're talking about here. We don't do Google anymore. It's not a good idea. That's a DuckDuckGo no AI search. Godot can't make unique variables. So resource, that's not actually what I'm looking to do. So this is what we're seeing. And I'm sure it's efficient. That's very limited. That's not how I built these things at all. Here's a GitHub thing with somebody doing the same thing. Editing instance resources. Okay, somebody is talking about the documentation and finding fault with it, which I think is fair. We're still talking about Godot objects. We're not talking about script variables. My problem is script variables are not unique among instances, even though the instance's positions can be completely separate. Okay, I'm not impressed with this dictionary business. That was not helpful. Okay, can't make built-in scripts unique. Yeah, I don't think that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make variables in a script unique. So let's refine my question. There's Reddit. Okay, exporting. This is probably all GD script though. More GD script. It's acting like all the variables I do are global. They do not connect to the individual instances, which are able to have unique positions, sizes, textures, all of that stuff, but there ain't nothing that I can do. Oh, hang on. Okay, so it's acting like everything is static. All the instances of your script will share these variables. It's acting like they are already static, even though I did not tell them to be static. So that's cool. That's the opposite of what I'm trying to do. This is trying to do what is happening to me whether I like it or not. I can't make it stop doing this. That's supposedly something useful, but I doubt it. Oh God, yeah. No, let's not. Yikes. Okay, we're spawning new objects. Yeah, okay, this is the problem I'm running into. So that makes it possible to make those unique, and indeed, that's what I ended up doing. If they're different, they're not the same scene. So that's resources. The scene, however, is not coming out as a unique scene. It's being the same scene over and over again, including the same script over and over again. And all of those things are becoming exactly identical. It is optimization. That is 100% reasonable. But, yeah, see, so that part we got. Don't mind the horns outside. It's just going on. Separate way of doing the unique meshes. Inherited objects, templates. Nope, still haven't gotten to unique variables. And this is also GDScript. I probably don't need to generate a new unique thing, but I've got to come up with some, like, okay. Using variables from other scenes. Maybe that's something along the lines. Variable data, that's very old. That's 7 years old. I am not able to make these things have unique behaviors, and it's driving me mad. Unique scripts. See unique nodes. Make instances unique. Like, I just need a variable. I need a variable that doesn't even matter whether I can set what is distinct about each one. They just need to be distinct in some way. So get node, duplicate an instance. What I am doing is instantiate. The position is becoming distinct. We're generating distinct things here each time. The rotations are becoming distinct, but I seem completely unable to feed in anything that will persist and produce a the rest of this works fine. Yeah, like this one I'm getting. Say they're all the damn the same. And I can have stuff responding to what's going on, like it can act different. Although granted, right now that doesn't look very different at all. But I can't make these look different. they can't act, they have different positions, they have different rotations, all of those things are different, but they don't get to update differently. So let's continue to fuss with it, I guess. So we're trying to update it from there. How about physics counter plus equals it's a rigid body, so this rigid body. And we don't get to go anywhere further from there. So those are supposed to be unique rotations, and so in theory, as each one has a different location, each one also will have a different rotation, meaning that each one will be animating distinctly, and yet we can plainly say they do not. They're all moving exactly the same. And these are supposed to be uniquely animating. And I can make certain ones, I can have the overall thing move a little faster or a little slower, but they are all in synchronization. They are all in lockstep. And that's not okay. I mean, we're doing material UV scale. Okay, let's go and look at whether that material is unique, because maybe what we've got is simply we can't have it be a unique material because the material itself, even the mesh instance, is unique, but the material may not be. Let's see what happens with the inspector mesh instance. I might have had to do this in bot. Like here we've got that, and here we've got that material resource local to scene. So now let's see what happens. We can hit save here, I guess. And that, here we have mesh instance. That gets to be unique, but the material not necessarily so much. Technically, with this one, we needn't even have the mesh instance be unique. Maybe it's been the material we have to have all the time. So, mesh instance, mesh, but then also material. And here's material. And material has to be unique. So now mesh instance, that's not set to be unique, but the material is. Now what? That could actually be it. Well, let's find out. Well, that's not looking very unique to me. It's looking horrible, but it's not looking very unique. Curse you, rotation X. Back over to here, and now that gets to be unique, but also mesh, and then there's material. We're not actually doing specular modes very well, so let's put those back. We're going to disable fog. We're making little changes in this as we go. And then that's a resource that is unique to scene, and we don't actually get to see where the other one is unique to scene. Okay, mesh instance, resource, unique, material, also unique. Now let's see what we got. This is pulling teeth, I tell you. Hey! I win. Look at that. Now it has to get fixed, mind you, but look at that. That's perfect. They're all distinct now. Sweet. And if we have that, then we can have a unique physics counter, which implies that the original physics counter was actually fine, and it's the material that was not being unique. So physics counter rand f plus 2.0f, it has to be between 2 and 3. This is starting them in a unique place. And we're getting there. And that has successfully done it. They're doing that sort of blink as they abruptly switch, and I can fix that. But they're not all blinking at the same instant. They're moving distinctly. Cool. Cool, I needed to do that. Now what I have to do is make them go without that discontinuity. They need to just go back and forth. Although making them go back and forth will actually also be a discount. I could do this. I could do the sine thing, but I feel like why bother? Why bother when I can do something else? Private float physics counter. We do not actually have. Well, actually, no, we do. We've got speed. So what we can do is we can do a somewhat similar thing. So if that's going from that to that, then we'll have it be 223. So if it's plus 0.02 to 0.03, so now we should have a unique distinct speed for each one as well, which is going to be fairly similar, but it's going to be on. Actually, I don't see why I would have to have it be that. Let's just be efficient. We've already got this. We'll simply reuse it. And then boop, which means we don't actually even need that. So it can start positive. there. So we make it automatically negative if it is too large, but the opposite is if it's too small, then we always make it positive, but it's going to continue to be its same sort of random speed. Now let's see what we got. Alrighty. Okay, so they're a bit eager, but I'm pretty happy with it. They could move slower. There's no challenge with that. But they do seem to have unique, like this guy over here, moving much slower than this guy over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2. Yeah, obviously different tempos. Cool. So we can make it go much slower than that. So these are pretty chilled out these are pretty chilled out, slow rotating globes. Which kind of works with the fact that they're meant to be kind of large. Flew into that one. And the next thing to do is space them out so that they are all very far away. Because here's the thing. They could indeed end up being very far away. But you're supposed to be able to go and seek them out if you are in big trouble. And I wonder if I can go to where they are not rendered. Let's find out. Nope, still see them. Onward. Okay, I think I went far enough. I don't see him. Oh, nope. Stand corrected. Just barely see a few hints of him over there. So the idea is that these need to be spread out so widely, but they are your regen. So say if I do this, there, I now need regen. So what I do is if these are spread out at great distance from each other, but I can find them. Let's go farther away again. See, you can't necessarily see them, but they're all kind of in the same spot, showing up on the edge of the screen there. If I go towards these guys, close enough to one, they're not subject to fog, so they appear even at great distance. And that means you can find them when they're far away. You go, okay, that's a glowing light. That means I need to find that. You're going through multiple instances of the asteroid field. They need to be much more spaced out than this, but there can be certainly lots of them. their positioning is relative to which, like this is colored chalk, so they're positioned in the colored chalk style way. It's not purely random. And then you go and fly into one, and you have respawned. And if you don't need to respawn, then it doesn't matter. I could have that set up so that even if you don't need the regen, it won't delete it. And that's a possibility. After all, here we are with our newly set up. Let's make them be a little more ambitious than that. Just for funsies, let's see what it happens when it does this. This should be a little bit more visually interesting. I'll kind of phase out of visual recognition from time to time. Some of them are moving faster, some of them not so much, and some of them are moving so slowly they hardly register at all. This one's kind of frantic, and boop, out it goes. So maybe they look better without all of that fine tracery. Like, that is a nice visualization to be sure. But what if they look nicer? Let's find out what we can make happen here. So if the max physics counter is actually just 1, and the randomization goes between 0 and 1, and then we doctor this a little bit just to make it run faster. But we've still got some randomness in there. So they're all a little more frantic now, but this is as dense as they'll get. They've kind of got a tendency to disappear. Let's go and look at the whole field. So I'm thinking maybe 0, the invisible point, is not actually useful. But we can certainly go larger than 1. In fact, maybe we can even do something a bit cheeky. If we do this, it's going to be weighted. We're twisting it and tilting it. Then we can doctor some of this stuff. Dial back the speed, but make it so that everything still does move. And allow for a larger maximum amount. And we should get an amusing looking thing. So they're still fading into invisibleness maybe a little too much. But that stands to reason because they're spending more time hanging out at the slow end of the scale. So there's multiple things we can do about that. First of all, let's have them only go down to a half. And then second of all, let's have them ramp up to extremely fine detail. And then let's amp up all these velocities a little bit and see what we got then. So our finest detail is now very fine indeed. See, we're zooming in, and 4 times 4 is actually a very high rate of detail. Everything's moving a little bit fast, so we can dial that back a little bit. And the finest detail is clearly too fine, so we'll dial that back too. So here's where the speed's coming from. I'll pull it back to 0.11. We can get a bit cheeky and pull that back quite a bit, and then also pull the finest detail down considerably. So what does this look like when we look at it from a long distance? Yeah, you can pretty much see there's a bunch of stuff happening. It all looks pretty distinct. It's a little active, but that's probably fine. And those are the ones that you approach if you need to respawn your energies again. Also, we never did actually work out whether they have an albedo. So let's let this guy chase us. So that's going to be coming closer. I'm a little dissatisfied by some of that. That should have this guy approaching. And sure is. So we need to not be hit by Mr. Dude here, but can we see the light he produces on the surfaces of these? No. No, we cannot. I'd like you to be able to see him reflected off of the outside edges of these, and that's not happening. Let's slow everything down even more. And we can probably have them wink in and out of existence pretty effectively, except for... Actually, no, that'll be fine, won't it? I can do that. It's that times that, so if it goes negative, it'll end up positive again. That said, I'm going to set it to this. Let's play the Airwindows meme one last time. And let's assume that the speeds can vary a bit. And then where's our scaling factor? Let's make the scale be a little bit smaller. It is, yes, it is taco time. So now you have to find these things, but their size is like you fly up and inside them. So maybe they could be a little bigger than that, but this is not too shabby. And you'll be identifying them at distance by that texture appearance, as they'll be all scattered up. Oh, what, have we gone away to where we can't see them anymore? That seems bad. No, we can't. There they are. So now I have to scatter these across known space. And you'll be looking for little blue glowy things off in the distance for regen. Make it be a little bit bigger. And now Megapause X, block size and smaller size. Smaller size is relative to block size. So if rather than having it be 1/10 of the size, we go with just literally the raw size, or arguably even bigger than that. Now we have sort of vaguely perceptible little glowing guys off in the distance. I could definitely do with it being bigger world size too. And see, now there is several of them in proximity, and you see them as they sort of appear. You know what? What if they're way huger than that? Yes, I know, it's taco time. Seeing as they're so far away and all. And then world size, even huger than that. Now what do we got? If it's 4 times the scope, can we even still see any of them? There's a lot of them, but there are respawn. Yep, there's one. See these somewhere, you can respawn using them. They're actually quite large. They're the size of an asteroid. And yeah, I like the idea of them not being used up unless you need it. So, here's how that's done. They're so useful, they should not go away unless you've used them. So, on body entered, there. So it's only going to queue free if you're using it up. Okay, one amusing thought is, what if they got smaller as you use them? But that's fodder for another day, I tell you. However, there's our refuge. I think they're too big now. Takes forever to get there. But we didn't need it. We bounced right off. Boink, boink, boink. You can push them around. It's now rotating. Boink, boink. Yeah. Okay, so that works. That works. We're going to go with the smaller physics counter. Let's just be frisky and try that. What does that give us? And then back to having it not be quite that huge. But they are still large objects. Here's one. So you kind of can always, well, no, you can't always see it, can you? I've miscalculated a little bit. I have miscalculated. In order to make it remain visible, it's going to need to be like a quarter times a quarter. Here's one. Okay, that's pretty invisible still. See that little wisp of color on it? As it goes to darkness, it needs to not go quite as much to darkness. I want to still see some of those glowy effects in there. So let's fuss with both of these. Let's go between 1.4 and 0.4, remembering that they are oscillating, but they're also going to that times itself. And I have not yet. Okay, here's some of the bots, but I do not see any of the dudes, and that's because it is somewhat randomized. So there's always the chance that there won't be any in the vicinity. Depends on what level you're at, whether they are distributed very evenly or not. But you can see them, and I feel like maybe I see one over there. No. Again, the location of these things, you can't always count on one being there. But, oh, there's one. So now I fly in the direction of my health respawn. And here's the 0.4 to... Okay, 1.4, that's okay. The lowest setting of 0.4 barely gets us out of the darkness part. Also, I feel like I could go more finely grained than that. Well, what if we go more aggressively in the direction of this? What do we get then? Firstly, do we have any of these visible? Yes, there's one. It's extremely far away, but here we go. Alrighty. Yeah, it's still a visible light, even set up like that. And if we don't need any regen, it just bounces. Well, remaining visible, mind you. But then if we do need regen, we will despawn it. Got there. Cool. Here's another mechanic. And they're in consistent positions, but they're in consistent positions on a much larger scale than the actual asteroids are. So it's doing a decent job of presenting the appearance of this happening. Wouldn't it be funny if you could dispel the Guardian by having it fly into one of these? Like, okay, I'm going to hang around with this, and I'm going to be yeeting it in various directions. I'm going to yeet it in this direction because I don't need any regen. And then if the Guardian annoys me, I'm going to yeet it into the Guardian, which will then despawn somewhere far away. Wouldn't that be cool? It's like a rescue thing in multiple ways. If you position it between yourself and the Guardian, then you get a get out of jail free card that way. That's an amusing thought. So yeah. And yeah, I'm happy that you got to see me get through that problem, Gwens, because irritating. It was about the material being unique. The meshes were unique, but the material inside the message was not unique, and so that was proving. Honestly, at this stage, it hardly matters because you only see one of them at a time. But, you know, there you go. Who can say? Also, we don't necessarily need that damn many of them either. You know what? That's enough for the day. I've been keeping myself really busy with this whole getting a dumpster and spring cleaning thing. I've got some really cool things coming up, by which I mean, yes, I'm going to put out like soft clock and so on and so forth. And it might be fun to try doing soft clock this coming weekend, although it's just going to confuse everybody, but that's fine. But then, yeah, like I said, I have a original Apple Core Audio example sine synth built on the laptop and up and working, which means I can compare it with my default templates and come up with a way to make synths that read MIDI and generate tones and things, or indeed other plugins that coincidentally also read MIDI. By combining the two kinds of code and figuring out how that works, like figuring out what in this one set of code is reading MIDI and able to translate that into other things. And if I can bring that into the existing framework of what my regular plugins are doing, that is extremely helpful. That said, I still need to make the VST do the same thing. But there is a VST2 instrument template. I haven't built it yet, but I'm able to look at the code, and I'll see what I get out of all that. That could be next week, assuming I'm not still waiting on a dumpster being... I figure, like, okay, so I'm going to continue fooling with Godot while I need the dumpster to be delivered. And once that finally happens and I do that work, then I can switch back to the plugin stuff. But we shall see. So on that note, I will go and have my tacos, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.